Hello, good morning, good evening. It's evening where Elliott is.
It is.
What is it? It's 8:30 at night.
Yeah.
Awesome. So also welcome Elliott, first time being on my streams.
I know.
Elliott, yeah. Elliott's done some great streams with like Alex, and you've also streamed with James, right?
Yes.
You've done a few streams.
I've been around.
Yeah.
There's a few people I've streamed with, yeah.
Yeah. So make sure you go and check out his channel, subscribe, and do all of that kind of stuff for when he does Sprint. So yes, how have you been, Elliott?
I was not very well last week, so I didn't get any reading done. So I'm back to normal life now. I went back to work today. I was like, I didn't really miss my job. I just missed the routine of getting up and just going to work. Because last week I was like, I don't know what day it is. I don't know what time it is. It was all not very fun. So I'm back to, back to normal now, which is quite nice.
So we're back reading.
We're back reading.
Oh my god, don't play with buttons.
That's exactly what I do. I'm just like, I have to click everything. I have to, yeah.
I'm like, it's the first time I'm sharing a screen with someone, so I'm like, let's see what this does. So what are we reading?
I'm reading Misery.
You're reading Misery at the moment. How are you finding it?
I'm enjoying the story. So I finished it's split into I think 3 parts. So I finished part 1. I enjoy the story. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I've never watched the film, so I'm kind of I'm aware of the character of Annie Wilkes and kind of a rough idea of the story, but like not like this. And it's good. I'm enjoying the story. When and you were just saying like when you're reading it, it's really good, and then when you put it down, you're just kind of like, I don't want to read it anymore. There's something really. I don't know. His writing style is quite abrasive, so it's something when you're reading it, the story is quite engaging and it is quite gripping. But you have to be in this. I am finding I have to be in the right frame of mind for Stephen King.
In the right mood.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm finding that they're great stories, with the exception of The Stand. I'm finding The Stand a bit of a chore just because of how long it is. But yeah, they're great stories. They just take up so much brain space.
They do, yeah. See, I was like, I'm not gonna choose like The Stand or like Under the Dome or like anything that's like super long, because I just know that I'm either gonna really love it and find it really engaging, or I'm just gonna end up putting it down and like not picking it up again. So, I decided to try and choose something of like an average. Like I've chosen like average length Stephen King books for this. For this read along. I have 4 still to get. Actually, I have a choice of 5. Because the other day I got my email for my Audible credit for the month, and I was like, oh, I could get. So I got Firestarter, so I have that to listen to. But yes, I have 4. This is still on the first one, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. So my focus today is going to be on The Stand, purely because it's due back at the library in 3 days.
Wow.
And I don't have my Libby on me. I'm about 40% through it. I'm just, as soon as so I kind of cheated, and I've seen the TV show.
Okay.
That came out on Amazon Prime, starring Alexander Skarsgård and some other people.
Yeah.
And that was really good. That was a great show. And so I kind of know that everything's going to converge at some point. And I'm just waiting for that to happen. And then it'll be a lot easier to read. But I also cheated and got the audiobook from Audible. And so
I don't think that's cheating. I think you're really helping yourself get through it, because I think if I like if I was to choose a really long one, I'd want to watch either a movie or a TV show to kind of just, I don't know, engage my brain a bit more. Because some of these adaptations are really good. Like I think that, the Stephen King adaptations are usually pretty good. So, and yeah, no, I mean the audiobook isn't. I wouldn't say that's cheating.
So actually, he's a great narrator, so that's good.
Oh yeah, does he narrates all his own? Does he narrate all his own?
No. So it's not him narrating it. Although that would be fun.
Well, there was one of his short story collections. There was so many different like voice like actors and narrators like recording them, and he did some of them, and I was like, this looks like a really good collection. Then I realized the audiobook was about 30 hours long, and I was like, this is a big collection. So
okay,
yeah.
I have something to show you guys, and this is the most money I've ever spent on a book, so I need to save up again, but I'll show you.
Okay. What is it? What is it?
Okay, so because I've been talking about Stephen King and looking at Stephen King stuff all the time, obviously the internet is showing me everything Stephen King. And so I thought this happened like recently, but one of his short story collections, the Bachman books, oh my God, I hate the inverted camera thing. The story Rage. So it's about a school shooting. And apparently kind of like late 80s, 90s, there was like a bunch of them, and there was heaps of people that like had rage either in lockers or at home and stuff like that. And so kind of after a while, Stephen King was just saying that he didn't want Rage to be published anymore.
Wow.
So Rage is actually discontinued. You can still buy the Bachman books, and it's actually like quite cheap, but it doesn't have Rage in it. It has the Long Walk, Roadwork, and the Running Man. So this was published in the 86, so it's a relatively early version actually as well. And yeah, this cost me $225.
Gosh.
But look on eBay and look on Amazon and just have a look how much
they are. Yeah, that's probably
they are and how much this story is worth.
Yeah.
So I had to get my hands on it.
I mean, I don't blame you.
FOMO. Okay. Yeah. We have like a lot of comments.
I know. I was like, we should get to these at some point.
I should. Let's start by saying good morning to Mary. Hi, Mary. How are you doing? Good afternoon from Ohio, USA. Starting Audibly Held by Anne Michaels. Annette Galley. Oh, okay. That's really cool. And smash the like button. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. How do you do that?
Well, it's just on like on Macs. I don't know. It's automatically enabled on it. Yeah.
I don't have a Mac. I'm gonna leave all the really cool, not pyrotechnics, but I'm gonna leave all of those to you. Hello, Kay, Kirsty. Sorry, how are you? And good morning. I'll be starting This Poison Heart by Kaylin Bayron. Been saying it all day, but it will happen now. Excellent.
I have those days where I'm like, I'm gonna read today. I'm gonna read like all day, and then I'm like, it's 5 p.m. and I haven't read anything. Like,
and you're like, what have we done?
Yeah, what did I do today?
Exactly. Yeah. I have the brewings of a migraine. Okay.
Oh no.
Coffee. That's a really good idea. Or anything with caffeine. So this is not and I'm not a medical person or anything like that, so don't take my advice, but like but anything with caffeine in it, I've found like if you get the migraine early enough before it turns into a full-on migraine, it stops. For me, it stops the migraine from happening.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So my magic potion for migraines before they turn into migraines is actually V. Just sipping on a V. And I don't know whether it's like the taurine as well as the caffeine or what, but
yeah,
interesting. Mary, love seeing the time zones. It's 3:30 p.m. for me on a Monday. Awesome. I'm glad I got the Eastern Daylight Time right. Hi, Ella. How are you? How are you going? What are you reading today? Kirsty loves the time zones until it's the one between me and my partner, as they live in Australia. So we're
Oof,
always
that's a
8 or 10
long
hours
period.
apart. Oh, that's so sad. Hi, Ella. Kirsty, is that the reason why you're going to Australia? To go and see them? Ella will be reading If the Shoe Fits tonight. Awesome. And Kirsty saw Ella's message on Discord. Yeah, migraines suck. A surprise, Elliott. Correct spelling.
It is the
OPS.
correct spelling. Yes.
I see you pop up everywhere lately. Okay,
Well, I haven't been online for a while because the Thursday me and you, it was you, yeah, me and Jessica were supposed to sprint. My Wi-Fi wasn't working. Then on the Saturday, me and James were supposed to sprint. That's when they came to fix our Wi-Fi, and it was down for about 4 hours. So I was like, I can't do anything. And then I was really poorly last week, so I've been like itching to get back to sprinting. It's just been such bad luck. So yeah.
Third time lucky?
Yes.
Or fourth time lucky?
Yeah.
That's a good thing, not a complaint.
Okay. I'm glad.
No worries. Last week was a horrendous mental health week for me. Yeah. Still struggling a bit, but made myself get back to doing stuff today so I can keep the black dog down. That's so good.
Have one of
That's
those.
awesome.
But
yeah. And it's so important to keep your mental health like a priority as well.
Yes, definitely. I said definitely.
Hi Jonah, how are you? I watched your new video, by the way. It was so good. Somebody needs to we need to encourage you, Jonah, to make vampires merch. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go and watch Jonah's newest video. He did a book haul. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Hi, Jonah. Hi, Kirsty. I had to finish Moon Knight and scream about it for a good while before shuffling over here. Now, when you say scream about it for a good while, is this a good scream or a bad scream?
Or a bit of both. Is it like?
Or a bit of both.
Yeah.
Hi, Glenda. How are you? What are you reading? Hello to Jonah. Audiobooks are not cheating.
100%. So, I watched a video last week. I think it was Sarah without an H. She's like one of like the OG like booktubers. Put a video about like booktube hot takes and like people's hot takes, and someone was like, audiobooks is not reading, and it was like it's so annoying when people say that, because it's like it's really elitist, two, it's really ableist as well, because like that's how really it frustrates me so much when people say that. And like, I don't know, I could literally go on like a 20-minute rant just about how audiobooks is reading, and, like,
Yeah.
and all the reasons why it does count as reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do find with audiobooks, especially if I'm struggling to read it physically, like it's like which I am with the stand, it just it helps clear up that brain space
Mm-hmm.
and then makes room for other things.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. I mean, I still have to like really concentrate with it now because 3
Yeah.
days. But like, yeah, it's just it frees up so much brain space, and you can kind of hear the characters
Yeah.
in a way.
Yeah, because even if the narrator doesn't do accents, whatever, they tend to build a character anyway, or they tend to change their voice slightly, so you kind of get a sense of who that person is.
Yeah,
And that, yeah, 100% agree. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to say anymore because I will just rant about it for ages.
yeah. Mary saying hello to exactly Jonah. Yeah. Okay, that makes me feel better.
It's not
Hello,
cheating.
Denise. How are you? Hi, Ella. Hi, Stacey.
Eee.
Stacey, I believe is your name. Starting Misery this week. Yay!
Join
You've read
me.
it once
Join
before.
me.
What did you think about it?
What's that? Sorry.
I was just saying, Stacey, what did you think about Misery?
Yes. What are your thoughts so far? That's what I want to know.
Hello to Glenda. Yeah, that is a lot of money for a singular book. I love that. Jesus. Yeah, it's a lot of money, but worth it. I mean, it's if I keep it there and put it somewhere where it's never going to see the light of day, then surely it'll appreciate in value.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yep. There's a lot of actually some of the Facebook groups that I'm in are selling like there's a trilogy that's going at the moment for like 950 New Zealand dollars. The Caraval series.
My
And I
word.
think it's like a fairy loot or an Illumicate or something special edition. But like $950 for the trilogy. And I'm like, oh
I I think that's the downside for me of like special edition books is just the scalpers and people who are just charging ridiculous amount. Because like I think the thing that I like, if someone was contemplating buying it for that much, I'd be like, but think about the fact that the inside of the book is exactly the same.
yeah.
The book doesn't change. I
Mm,
get that it's like beautiful and it will look nice on a shelf, but
yeah.
like, is it worth spending that much money on it? In your
Mm,
case, I think it's like I can see why, because it's out of publication. It's not
it's
easy to get
rare.
hold of. You've probably found the cheapest deal you can. Like, there's
Mm,
a lot of reasons why you've bought that book, but if it's just a case of like aesthetics, I kind of go, is it worth it?
mm,
Is it really? Like, I wanted I think it was a Fairy Loot or again a Lumicrate, I can't remember which one it was, edition of Feybound, which is like the blue
mm,
cover with the sprayed edges, because I do love that book, but I only found it on eBay for like £40, and I was like, even that's just too much money. Like, I just don't think it's
yeah.
worth it.
Yeah.
I have the standard edition. I do love it, but I'm not going out of my way to spend that much money on like one aesthetically pleasing book. I mean, I buy it at the like when it releases for the price that they're charging, but I wouldn't buy
Mm,
it secondhand for like 3 times that price. It's just, yeah, ridiculous.
yeah. It's honestly some of the things that books I'm going in the like I'm in the right industry if I want to make money later on.
True.
Like
Very
just
true.
sell my books. Not that
Yeah.
I'm going to, but
No.
yeah. That's yeah. Book prices are ridiculous.
They really are.
Sarah J. Maas fans are truly insane, so they don't count. I mean, you're not wrong, Jonah. You're not wrong. I'm going to continue reading The Pariah by Anthony Ryan in hopes that it gets good now after 180 English. After 180 pages, I'm entitled to something more than that. Absolutely, you are.
100%.
And don't be like afraid to DNF. I know you've DNF'd quite a few, Jonah, and that's really cool. In my defense, I had a bad night and read 250 pages from 2 to 6 a.m. So I'm not too annoyed at myself. That's good.
That is good. I mean, not that you had a bad night, but good that you used it productively.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Today, 3:42 p.m. Have not read anything. Reading Fourth Wing.
I'm assuming.
Fourth Wing. That's a very controversial book.
Yes.
I gave it 4 stars, but that's because I went in expecting it to be like very base level and not the best thing ever written. So I went in for a good time.
You set the bar low for yourself. I haven't read it. I'm not sure whether I will, because I've heard Iron Flame is just really bad.
Well, I'm supposed to read Iron Flame this month, so I can let you know that. But again, like I'm setting the bar super low.
Yeah.
It's a known fact that caffeine is a migraine blaster, but drunk when you're not in the migraine mood, it can also trigger them. True. Red Bull sugar free is my go-to, but I'm out. So demon juice it is tonight. Monster or coffee?
I'm assuming Monster. I don't know.
For Jonah, it's 9:43. Haven't read a single page. 9:43 p.m. Haven't read a single page.
That's just my life.
Hello, Scorpion Rising. I don't believe I've seen you in my sprints before, so welcome. Reading Salem Slot. Awesome.
Oh, let me know what you think of it, because that was going to be one of my choices this month.
And I've also heard that Salem Slot is a really good book.
Yeah, I've heard.
And that's on my radar.
Yeah.
Fourth Wing by Rebecca Yarros. Awesome. My sister is a bit peeved because she's been out there 17 years with me and not wanting to go out, and now I have Ren. I'm like, buy me all the tickets.
Well, I hope you have a good trip.
Coda! Hi! Hello, how are you? It's always lovely to see you. Popping in to put the like button. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. How have you been? What are you reading? I was so gutted I missed Coda's sprints the other day.
I just missed everybody's sprints, to be honest.
I was like, I'm going to get up super early, have like a really early day, and then I thought maybe I'd just have like an early night after that. But it just didn't happen. I'm like, if I get up at 4, because I think Coda was going for like till like 6 a.m. or something, my time. I'm like, get up at 4, have a coffee, at least with an audiobook, I can just keep snuggled up in bed. That didn't happen. So I'm going to have to watch it back. Oh, every video Jonah does is brilliant. Humor is on point. Jonah does amazing videos. Jonah needs more spotlight. Stop it with the compliment. I can't. Jonah, I am going to be linking your your channel later on. Found a fourth wing ambience. What if found a, oh my God, my brain.
It's early for you, Jess. It's fine.
I mean, it's coming up to 8 o'clock in the morning, so I should be able to talk. But yeah. Found a fourth wing ambience. What if somebody blind and can't see what they read?
Audio, I think that's supposed to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically just agree. Yeah, I agree. It's such an ableist thing to say that, audiobooks isn't reading or it's cheating or whatever. I mean, there are also people who can't like physically hold a book, or there's all sorts of reasons why you choose audio over reading a physical book.
Yeah. And actually, this is a great point. Audiobooks help me focus on the book. That's a great point. And it does that for me as well. Sometimes my ADHD brain just needs this aid so I can enjoy what I love, reading books and experiencing stories. Yeah.
Yeah, Laura says the same thing. The book habit, Laura says, is like exactly the same. Just helps them focus. I mean, I think it depends on how as well, like your reading comprehension versus your like listening comprehension. I know that some people who listen to audiobooks can't like piece together a story the same way they can when they read it. So it doesn't work for some people, which is fair enough. But like you say, I mean, for a lot of people, it is the only way to consume a book. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Audio books have helped my ADHD and my migraines and are a great way to not stay up all night on my phone. Yeah. That's good. Audio is their only way. Yeah. Caraval. Yeah, the Caraval series. I'm sure it was the Caraval series. Not going to bash anyone's reading taste. They're just not for me, especially for 900. Yeah, I would not pay $900. The only time I would spend the money is if a limited special edition of an all-time favorite series, or one that's super rare out of print, which is why I brought that. Even then, I resent paying more than £50 per book.
Yeah, yeah, like I say, I think that's one of the more justifiable reasons is something that is out of print, it's discontinued. It's more justifiable then because you physically cannot buy it again. Like there's no new edition to buy. So yeah.
Hi Effie, how are you? Just got here. Currently reading The Robots of Dawn by Isaac Asimov. Okay, that sounds interesting. Might have to start that. The amount of starts that I get from these sprints. Sarah J. Maas fans are the Swifties of the book community.
Okay, so as the Swiftie, that hurts me, but I have to agree. I'm like, that's fair. That's a really fair point. Like, I can't argue with that.
Burn, but also.
But also, you are correct.
Yeah. What I want the Twilight special editions and the white edition. Actually, that is a beautiful cover. Those white covers for Twilight. I hated this Twilight series, but I do have to admit the white covers for the special editions are beautiful.
I loved Twilight when I was in school, and I reread the first one, and I was like, Bella is really insufferable, like really annoying, like the most annoying character.
I read it too late. I read the whole series like 2 years ago, and I'm just like, oh.
Yeah.
So, like, as a woman in my 30s, I think I'm just like,
oh yeah,
over the point and where I can appreciate. But
it was definitely a product of its time and very popular at its time, and I think that the diehard fans will always love it. To be honest.
Pariah is not DNF levels of meh. It's still good, but it's very setup-ish, and I want to get the plot. Pretty pleasing, thank you. Yeah. If I have a bad night, I end up rage working or rage reading because I'm so mad that I can't sleep and kind of spike productivity as revenge. Yeah, I can understand that. I've done that a couple of times. And you know what? Some of the most productive things that have happened have been because of that.
Then I struggle to focus when I'm angry. So I'm kind of like, can't sleep, and then I can't do anything because I can't concentrate on anything.
If it works, it works. Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Which is one reason why I keep getting migraines, but I would rather get up and work than lie there getting more and more upset. And actually, Kirsty, what you're doing is the right thing. The worst thing you want to do is just lie there, because then you start getting a bad association with like going to bed and stuff like that. And so getting up and doing things is actually better for you. And don't quote me on that, but doctors also say it. Coffee, I can't stand it and maintain it is the product of Satan's balls.
That's why you call it devil's juice.
I love that. I love that. I think Salem's Lot is one of King's scarier novels. Okay. Interesting. Because, like, what I've been reading at the moment, it's actually not been scary at all. So maybe I chose the wrong books for that.
I think that, I mean, his horror really runs the gamut there. I think it's like Misery is very like almost kind of gruesome in the sense that it's like he's kind of confined to a bed, and there was one point where he had to drink his urine, and there's a lot of like bodily fluids and stuff, and it's just kind of gross when you read about it. So that to me is kind of the not as scary, just like kind of gross out, thing. It just makes you feel a bit icky.
Yeah. Jonah and Ren are my co-hosts for my readathon. Every time I spotlight them, they freak out. It's hilariously adorable. I'm just gonna smash through these comments because there's like a lot of them. I'm gonna go through a few more and then we're gonna start a sprint, but then I've got something to just highlight before to a sprint. Coda, you're well, that's good. I think I'm gonna watch an episode of Mary and George before Smartella starts. Awesome.
Nice.
Just got into audiobooks on my second one and really enjoying it. Awesome. Smartella sounds like a great wrestler name. It kind of does. Can only listen to audiobooks when I read alongside it, because otherwise my audio processing will bug out and my brain starts glitching. Fair enough.
That's fair.
I also prefer immersion reading. Hi, Christina. How are you going? Will just be looking today and wanted to show support. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Christina! Right. We're going to go for a sprint because we've been talking for just over half an hour. I swear I'm better at time management normally. But I just wanted to highlight Kirsty has just launched a Patreon. So maybe in the next sprint, go and check out Kirsty. I will pop a link in the chat at some point very soon. And I'll star that. And go and check out Kirsty's channel. Go and check out her Patreon, which I have yet to check out. But definitely, definitely go and do that. And congratulations on starting your Patreon.
Yay.
Okay, so we're going to start a sprint. Are you still okay with an hour, Elliott?
Yeah, an hour's good.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to start and sprint for an hour. I have starred the next comment, so we can go from there. And I will see you in an hour.
Cool.
Welcome back from that first sprint.
Hello.
Hello. How did we go? I got about, and this is listening on 2x speed, I got about 3/4 of the way through one chapter of The Stand.
Oh my gosh, how long are those chapters?
Well, most of the chapters have been fine, but like, yeah, this one is really long. I think the audio, hang on. The audio is, if I go like that, it is on normal speed, it is 2 hours and 10 minutes for the one chapter. So,
That's insane. That's so
yeah,
long. Oh my
that's
god, I didn't
really
think I
long.
could read that chapter. I think I'd just be like, this is too long for one chapter. I need the break. I need, yeah, that's too long. I had some life admin that I forgot about that I needed to do, so I did that, and then I read only about 20 pages, but at least I read some.
You read some.
I read some, yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
Excellent. So picking up where we left off, still talking about audiobooks. I can only listen to audio if I'm doing something like puzzles or exploring on video games. Anything requiring my actual attention, including reading a physical book, and all the comprehension goes. Yeah. So I listen to audiobooks a lot, actually, if I'm playing The Sims or if I'm doing Hogwarts Legacy. And that actually helps me get quite a lot done. Because in Hogwarts Legacy, there's like the room of requirement and there's all these plants.
True. Mm-hmm.
And so I use them as like mini sprint timers.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Right. I tell the truth and nothing but the truth. What can I say?
I think that was in relation to the Sarah J. Maas Swifties comment.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, it's true.
Twilight is what got me into reading. It's a funny story now, but back then it was just sad.
I mean, I don't think you're alone in that. I think a lot of people, like, I think it was at least as teenagers. Like, I feel like it was, I think a lot of people had read Harry Potter when they were very young, and maybe were still reading it as a teen, but then didn't really know what else to read. And I think Twilight was kind of a good series for a lot of teenagers to get into at the time.
It kind of came at the right time for a lot of people, I think. And I do think it got a lot of people into reading like that kind of 15, 16. But even adults, like I know when it first came out, even adults I know loved those books.
Yeah. And I think at the moment we're seeing like a bit of a vampire renaissance. I think a vampire seem to be coming back into the literary storyline. Yeah.
I think vampires just need to go back to the original and not be like the shiny, sexy. Like
it was kind of very much the opposite of what you would think of a vampire. I think I don't mind people getting creative with with a mythical creature. But yeah, no, the whole like the fact that he shines in the sun thing was very weird. And then also like I watched the film again recently, and I was like, this movie is just so terrible, but it's so terrible because it's so bad. And I was Googling it because I was like, why does like I never really understood why he like what was the reason. And then apparently it has something to do with the fact that because his blood doesn't move, it's like crystallized, and so it like reflects in the sun or something. And I was like, what? There's some kind of like fake scientific reason why this happens. Like, what?
I mean, that would have been more interesting to explore than some of that story.
Definitely.
It could have been quite interesting. Effie loves audiobooks for commuting to work. Excellent. Get awful travel sickness, so can't read on the bus. So it gives me an option to read while I'm on the go, since I spend about 45 minutes each way to and from work.
See, for me, I literally walk to work. It's like 10 minutes, but If I
Nice.
listen on 2 times speed and I listen also on my lunch break, I get like a good hour, if not more, like listen to during the workday, which is quite nice. So
That's
yeah.
good. The Sims 4 has a book on the bookcase that basically just ripping the crap out of Twilight. I have to find this book. I had a good laugh reading the synopsis. Okay. Tomorrow, I might have to find this book. God, it's been a while since I've done The Sims. It's been a while. I've been watching a lot of The Sims lately. Have you tried triptans for your migraines, Kirsty? I get awful migraines on a regular basis. Oh, that's horrible. And after years of going to the doctors, they gave me sumatriptan, and I found it stops them well. That's awesome. Denise, I use audio for fantasy, and I think I'm going to like it because of my love of the Twilight series. It came into my life when I wasn't reading fast enough for me in middle school. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on triptans, but the problem is they only help stop a migraine already in progress, and they do nothing to prevent them. Yeah. And it's hard to find medication that prevents them. Waiting for a neurology appointment at the moment. Oh, well, at least you're like kind of getting there, at least seeing a specialist about it. I mean, I've been struggling with migraines for years, and I've never had a neurology appointment or anything like that offered. So hopefully they can find some answers. It's a pain. There's not much option for prevention. I'm just thankful to have something that stops them once they start. Mine were lasting 3+. Ow,
Ooh.
3+ days at their worst.
See, I know when I'm getting one because I get those visual like lights.
Aura, yeah.
And it'll be like 2 days before like the really heavy day.
Mm.
And I'm like, I know it's coming. Like it's like Christmas, but really bad Christmas. It's like the opposite of Christmas. It's just like, I know it's on its way and I just don't want it to be here. Sometimes I get lucky and it's like I feel maybe fatigued and that's it. And then other times I'm just like, I can't open my eyes or do anything.
Yeah. See, mine, I know one is coming because I just start getting headaches, but then I find I can't actually move my eyes. Like, looking around, you can just move your eyes. Mine just like, they almost freeze and I can't really move my eyes. I've got to actually move my head in order to look around.
That's really annoying.
Yeah. For the Sims Twilight book synopsis, look up Sims 4 Dusk Glow books. Promise it'll give you a giggle. Awesome. Not Dusk Glow being a synonym for Twilight. The whole thing is a funny parody. I enjoy watching Vampires Suck, which is a parody of the Twilight movies. It's stupid, it's funny, and it's like candy. Cool. This is the link that I gave everybody for Kirsty's channel, and Kirsty has a Patreon. So just a reminder for everyone to go and check that out. I think Eclipse is one of the best in all the series. I do agree with that, actually. Jasper was 100% my favorite character in the whole series. Jasper really came into his own in that book. My love grew in that he was more than a vampire, always in pain. In that book, I just respected more. Yeah. Hello, Dee Dee. How are you? And actually, jumping off will take the like button on my way. So bye, Dee Dee.
Like hi, Dee Dee. Hi, Dee
Dee. You're welcome, Kirsty. No worries. Hello, Millie. How are you? Currently reading Shawshank Redemption. That is another Stephen King book that I would really like to read at some point, as well as many other Stephen King books that I keep starting. You know what? I'm kind of in the same boat. I've got The Stand and Fairy Tale, which I'm in the middle of, and then I'm also going to be starting the Institute today as well. Started your book, yay! Read 30 pages and finished the current episode of 911. I like 911. That's such a good series. I was watching earlier.
Nice.
Awesome. 50 pages from Scorpio Rising. 17 pages of Robots of Dawn in the first half an hour, but decided I'm too tired for sci-fi, so swapped to Need Me by Tessa Bailey and read 46 pages. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Read
sci-fi
nothing.
is great, and I do love it. But yeah, it is sometimes very tiring compared to. Yeah, it's sometimes just like I can't do it.
I've never really read a sci-fi, so if anyone's got some easy to read recommendations, then let me know.
Yes, I have a few possibly. It depends what kind of story you want, because there's very like. I guess it's like fantasy. There's like high fantasy, so there's like high sci-fi, I guess, and then there's like very kind of like human stories, or even like sci-fi romance, or like space opera, which is very like soap opera but set in space. So there's like a lot of different things. I think it depends on what you like in other genres. As like, because I think sci-fi is like it's such a blanket,
Yeah, it's got a lot of things that come under sci-fi. I mean, I've got on my Amazon wish list, and eventually I'll get it. It's the Illuminae Files.
I've not read it, but yeah, I've heard very good things. I think Laura was saying that's a really great one if you haven't read a lot of sci-fi, and it's kind of a good introduction. One that I enjoyed, but it did make me cry at the end. Oh my god, what's it called?
Love a book that makes people cry. I'm not a horrible person.
I love it when people cry at books. Oh my god, what's it called? I can't remember what it was called. I'm gonna have to find it for you. But it kind of wasn't what I was expecting. But it was a lot better. Like the end was a lot better than I was expecting. Yeah, I'll find it and I'll send it to you, because I think I ended up kind of just casually reading it, thinking it's not going to be that good, and then it really gripped me in like the last third, and I was like, oh, actually, I really enjoy this. It's really good.
Okay.
And all of like the build up was really worth it to me anyway. So yeah.
Interesting. Denise read nothing. Fair enough.
Fair.
Jonah read 71 pages and finally folded my laundry. Awesome. We're going to ignore the fact that I'm doing laundry again in 2 days' time.
No.
I use the Sims' productivity timers too. When they sleep or leave the house or go to class and the timer super speeds, I click it back to regular speed and it gives me 10 to 20 minutes to do stuff. That's a great tip.
Yeah.
Twilight was the Colleen Hoover of their time for getting people to read. Yeah.
True.
Oh my god. Can we just like keep this comment on for like ever? So the movie with Tom Cruise was great, but also the redone show on, well, for me it was in AMC, but so good. Slow claps, so good. Yeah, Interview with the Vampire. Everyone needs to watch Interview with the Vampire. Lestat is so funny. He's a psycho. He's a sociopath. He's just really funny. Oh my god. Okay, I might have to renew my AMC. Colleen Hoover is so much worse though.
True. Very true.
I've never read a Colleen Hoover.
Honestly, Jessica, you're really not missing out. Last year was when I first started getting like book talk on like my TikTok feed. and you either end up on like Colleen Hoover, Sarah J. Maas, or like hot girls reading classics. That's kind of how you end up on Book Talk. One of those three ways. And for me, it was Colleen Hoover, apparently. And everybody was reading It Ends With Us. And I was like, I really have to know why people really love this book. I have to know why people really hate this book. And so I read it, and I was like, yeah, she really just likes like it is just trauma. Yeah, it's just she loves like romanticizing trauma so much, and it's just like, no, it's just cringe. I mean, I flew through it because it was a really easy read, but like, yeah, it just wasn't good.
Yeah,
so you're
I've
not
never
missing
had
out.
I've never had the kind of yearning to ever pick up a Colleen Hoover.
Yeah,
So.
I never will again. I've also seen a lot of videos roasting some of her other books, and I'm like, yeah, I don't need to read those. Like, I'll just watch people roast them. It's fine.
Oh yeah, but I can't deny she's brought a lot of new readers, which is what Twilight also did. Not saying they're good, but they're easy. They're an easy bingeable series, and
True.
she's known for that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yay for vampires coming back. I want to get the beautiful. I mean, vampires being beautiful, sure, but I think vampires also need to be more mean. I think. I think everyone's like just like fluffing vampires up.
Yeah, definitely.
I've tried so many preventative medications that we've run out of medicines to try, which is why the doctor, after 20 years, oh my God, 20 years. Okay, I've got a wee while.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's horrible. I get mild migraines at least 3 times a week. A 1 to 2 day lingerer about 4 times a month, and then I get a big 3 to 4 day one every couple of months. Oh, that's horrible. About 4 times a year I get week-long. Wow. My gosh, Kirsty. And it took them 20 years to finally recognize that you need more help than just a pill. That's bad. I have titties, so I'm Carlisle. Stan more than anything. I did like Carlisle as well. Same for vampires, but I was team Charlie Swan too, especially in the movies, as a Billy Burke. Winter's Orbit is a romance sci-fi I would recommend. Okay, I will start that. Audio especially is amazing. It's centered on interplanet politics, so it's less sciencey and is more planet spacey. Oh, interesting. Also, I don't mind the sciencey side of things. I did have issues with it, but I'm super picky when reading, so probably wouldn't have an issue for others. Cool. Andy Weir. Yep, I have read The Martian, and I quite liked that actually. I do have another Andy Weir.
Did Andy Weir also write Project Hail Mary as well?
Yeah, he did. That's not the one I've got. I think I've got Artemis.
Okay.
Or something. I don't know. I can't find it right now. Also, Ted Chiang writes amazing sci-fi short stories. Awesome. Sam Reed can drop me from the sky and I would thank him. Sam Reed is the bloke who plays Lestat in the TV series.
Right, okay.
Yes, I remember the Almighty Johnsons. Oh my gosh. The Almighty Johnsons. Wow. That brings back. Actually, that's a great show. I should see if it's on any of my TVNZ on demand or something. May the 12th, the first. I will thank you now, Jonah. I loved that. It's taken me so long to get my book talk. What's FYP?
For you page.
For you.
On TikTok.
Okay. To be fantasy, but not Sarah J. Maas focused, because I was so sick of seeing Akatar everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not on TikTok.
See, for me, it's just a lot of because obviously there's like the TikTok shop, so I just see a lot of people selling books, like series. I'm just like, I don't need another fantasy series to read that's probably a bit mediocre. And you're just making a commission on this video. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've read a handful of Colleen Hoover books, but they're for when I'm in the mood for absolute trashy reads.
Yeah.
Like when you want something you don't need to think about. Yeah.
I like calling them brain cleansers, like a palate cleanser, but just, it clears out your brain from reading. When you've read like a really heavy fantasy book and you're like, I just need something really light and meaningless. Colleen Hoover is a great one for that, I will admit.
I think she meant the book Beautiful by Renee. By Renee. Which is a recent vampire story. Okay. I will start it. It's just hormones. Just. Doesn't mean that it's like, yeah, I've got issues when it comes to the medical system. Coda! Lots of love to Coda. Bollocks! I'm sorry, but that's, I don't want to swear, but that's absolute bollocks. No. I mean, there's lots of different things that can add it up, but that's just rude and wrong, I think. But then that is how a lot of medical staff is being trained nowadays, like with doctors, nurses, like they've been trained in such a reductionist viewpoint that holistic and looking at other things and like other situations that could be not helping, it just doesn't happen. And so yeah, I apologize to any doctors in the chat.
I assume you're under NHS care with a comment like that, because that's something you hear a lot with our free healthcare system. Is just a lot of lifestyle changes. That's what's causing it. It's not an underlying medical problem. It's your lifestyle. That's the real problem. Just change everything about yourself and you'll be fine. That's basically what they tell you. So
you heard it here, folks. Change everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you'll be sweet.
Yeah.
I'm on chapter 26 now in Harry Potter 6. That's awesome. Nice. I loved that book.
Okay. I have a confession now. I've never finished that book. I've never finished the sixth one. I read the first half 3 times, and for some reason, I just end up getting to a point where I put it down, and then I forget about it. I don't know why.
Have you tried the audiobook for it?
I haven't, no. And it is, and Stephen Fry does do them, and I think that
Stephen Fry.
Why?
I'm not sure if they AI'd him in this one, but it is technically Stephen Fry.
Do you think they did?
I don't know. I can't tell the difference, to be honest. And I know there was this whole thing with like Stephen Fry and the fact that it wasn't actually him that was it wasn't actually him that was recording all of these audiobooks. And I'm like, you need to reduce the painkiller amount you take a month. You do realize if I take 0 painkillers, I will literally put a spike through. Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm kind of going through this at the moment because I have terrible chronic pain with my stomach and other girly stuff that we don't need to get into. But like they've said to me, because the painkillers are very, okay, this is TMI, but the painkillers are very constipating, right? And then like that creates more pain, but then I then have to take more painkillers. And so they're like, you need to stop taking these painkillers and just take paracetamol. And I'm like, but it hurts. And we've
just not
just
helpful.
had someone show up. Keep talking.
Okay. I don't really know what to say. But yes.
I just
Yeah,
had
I'm
to.
assuming. So you were saying, what were you? Yeah, I just think it's not. It just doesn't work. I don't know.
Yeah. Artemis is kind of bad in comparison to The Martian. Okay. But I've heard amazing things about Project Hail Mary. So have I. I have the audiobook, so I need to get to it soon.
Do it.
Yeah, it's been a big fight. It's been a big fight across multiple doctors, but we're finally making progress. It's so good. Oh my God, meditating. Yeah, because that solves the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, meditation can help like with reducing stress, but it's not going to stop a migraine.
No.
With the Almighty Johnsons, one of my favorite series to this day, modern day reincarnations of the Nordic gods. Stuck in New Zealand and has some of my favorite characters and TV moments. Yeah, if you guys get a chance, the Almighty Johnsons is actually a really good TV show. Have you tried not having migraines?
Yeah, have you tried just not? Have you tried just stopping? Is that something you've tried? Actively just not. Just saying no to the migraine, and then it will just go away on its own.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I only started watching it because one of the actors was in the Hobbit movies. And I watched everything he was in. Who was in the Hobbit? And the Almighty Johnson? Was it the guy who played Thor? I'm not sure. Yes, they cancelled it and it was really annoying. I got told to go to the gym and I was like, but I need the migraines, headaches to not be there to be able to go to the gym. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. But that's just anxiety. I'm not saying all doctors, but not quite sure what that comment is supposed to be. The NHS doctors are trained to target lifestyle changes, and yeah, for a lot of things it does help. And yes, it may help my symptoms, but I need my symptoms controlled before I can make those changes. Yeah. And that's a really hard cycle. Doctors blaming weight for everything drives me insane. I've had a joint problem and half the answers I get is to lose weight. I'm like, I'm in pain all the time, working out hurts. Yeah, it's really annoying. Give me medication or treatment for the migraines, dizziness, pain, and everything else. And once I'm stabilized, I will be able to do all the things. Yes. Control the pain first and control the symptoms. And then you can work on all of those lifestyle changes while you're having those symptoms controlled. It's like some people just don't recognize that though. Stephen Fry definitely did the audio books. He talked about it a lot in the past, and since J.K. Rowling came out as awful, he talked about it being something he feels shame about now and wishes he didn't do.
I saw there's also a thing last week about how she wouldn't forgive any of the Harry Potter stars for like their comments about the trans community and how they've gone against her. And it's
Mm,
just like, babe, none of them are apologizing to you. None of them care.
mm,
None of them are bad people, at least not
mm.
as bad as you, and therefore they do not care about your approval at all.
Yeah,
So yeah.
right. Just quickly, I'm going to apologize if you hear some working from my end on the audio. We're getting flooring in the bathroom, which is like literally right opposite my bedroom. But I'm so happy that this is happening. We're quite close to the end of the comment, so we might go to the end of that and then I'll start us another. Which fair play to him. Oh, to Stephen Fry.
Yeah.
That's okay. I totally understand, and it is absolutely okay to vent about doctors because they're, yeah. I love how Dan Rad is currently sticking it to her.
Daniel Radcliffe.
Oh, Daniel Radcliffe, right? Dino Gorman. Is it one of the brothers? Sorry. Ah, yes. And Anders. Yes. Was he in The Hobbit? Oh, interesting. He was great. He was actually probably one of the best parts of the show. Yeah, Braggy. Anders. It's and Emma Watson. It's funny how J.K. Rowling thinks not forgiving them is bothering them when all she does is vomiting shit all over the place.
True.
Newsflash, pretty sure Daniel and Emma don't want your forgiveness. Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we feeling, Elliott, about a sprint? Do you want to do another hour or do you want to do 45 minutes? 1 hour.
It's 11 already. Would 45 be okay?
Yeah, 45 is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
Then I will have to vacate, unfortunately.
Yeah, because it's 11 o'clock at night for you.
Yeah. It's getting fairly late now.
Okay, there we go. Buttons.
So many of them.
So many of them. Okay. I might start this next timer and we'll see you in 45 minutes. Welcome back. How did we
Hello.
go from that last sprint? How'd you go?
I read a fair amount actually, because part of it is like a script. So he's writing a book, and it like is literally the script of the book. So that bit
Cool.
you like fly through it. Like the main
Yeah.
character is an author, so yeah, I read a fair amount. I read over 30 pages because it's still a bit
Nice.
like I still have to like concentrate on what's actually really happening
Mm-hmm.
because I'm finding that he tends to switch back and forth between like not really a lot happening and he's kind of just over explaining something and it's just a lot of waffle, and then something just suddenly happens and you're like, oh, I should have been paying more attention. And then you have to go back and I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, I read a fair amount. I'm almost halfway, which is good.
Yeah, I'm finding that a lot with Stephen King, actually. He just like waffles on about stuff that just is not important, and then all of a sudden something will happen.
Yeah.
And then there's like a little piece of something within that waffle that actually ties the thing. And you're like,
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
so yeah, I'm also finding that there's a lot of travel in Stephen King books. And all three of the ones that I've started. So there's The Stand, Fairy Tale, and The Institute, which I started The Institute because I finished that chapter of The Stand.
Super long one.
Yeah, there's a lot of travel. Like it starts off with this guy hitchhiking from Florida to like New York. And so there's a lot of really slow travel in these books. So I'm starting to notice that as a theme. So that's interesting.
Well, it's the opposite with this because he's like got broken legs and is living in a bed, so it's very much like confined to this one room, and he's actually kind of enjoying writing because it's sort of escape and he can kind of exist in the world of the book. So yeah, it's interesting. It's getting really interesting. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it's 11:30 at night for you.
I know. I was going to say I should probably head off, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let you guys get through some comments and have another sprint.
Have another couple of sprints.
Yeah.
Before you go though, everyone who's in the chat and the comments, please check Elliott's channel out. He's done quite a few sprints. And also hit that notification bell so you get notified when he does sprints as well.
I am wanting to get back to it now that I'm feeling a lot better. So yes, I will be sprinting more.
Yay. Yeah, let me know when you host your next sprints. I may not be able to be there for all of them because time differences, but I'm happy to wake up really early one morning.
And see
So
what
we'll
we
figure
can
it out.
do. Yeah, definitely. Once I yeah, I need to. I'm going to try and finish this over the next couple of nights, and then I want to do a sprint and start the next one. So
Okay.
so yeah, I will, but I'll let you know, and then I will probably also sprint with James, so then I get a lot of reading done this weekend. But yeah,
Awesome.
I'll let you know either way, like when I want to sprint.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Perfect. Okay. Well, that was fun. That was so nice to have Elliott. I really appreciated that. Right. How did everybody else go? Where we left off. Kirsty's relocating to bed for the next sprint so I can read in bed until sleep. That's a good idea, Kirsty. And we were talking about the time, and Kirsty was telling Jonah that it's getting very late. And so an hour ahead of you guys and Elliott, that would make it 12:30. for Jonah right now. Denise has never read Harry Potter. I only read the first book in 2018, wanted to continue, but found out about what J.K. Rowling said and can't finish. Yeah, fair enough. And Jonah's saying, don't tell me what to do. Speaking of Jonah, that is the link for Jonah's channel. Make sure you go and check him out. He's got 15 subscribers? No, 25 subscribers. And then he will reach 100. So definitely go and subscribe. He's got great content, by the way. Read 45 pages and moved to huddle up in bed. Yeah. You're welcome. Read 110 pages. Well done, Effie. Switching to romance was definitely the right choice. Yeah. Romance does tend to read quite quickly. We have another 30 pages from Kirsty and had a not quite midnight snack sandwich. Awesome. Love those not quite midnight snacks. I'm still waiting to get to the promised land of a heart-pounding tale and suspenseful intrigue in the Pariah. So I switched to the Black Prism for the sprint, which is still so good. I cannot. Well, that's good. Scorpio ate dinner and read 30 pages. Good night, Elliott. Good night, Elliott. And subscribe to Elliott. Yay. Thank you, Jonah. Stop it. You make me blush. Started supper and colouring and listening. Awesome. Off to bed. Thank you so much, Effie, for coming. I really appreciate it. I need to sleep before midnight or I'll be miserable at work. Yeah, I find if I'm up any point past 11 o'clock, I'm a nightmare at work the next day. So I understand that. Thank you so much for coming. So we are going to do another 1 hour sprint. I think that'll be some good timing. I'm going to listen to another chapter of The Stand. I'm going to go chuck some sweet melatonin and get myself into morphine. Yep. Fair enough, Jonah. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Sweet dreams and all of that, and get some good sleep. And hopefully you'll wake up with a few more subscribers. Hint, hint. Wink, wink. Good night, Kirsty. Thank you so much for coming. Being a chronic insomniac, I'm sticking around a bit longer. Oh, night to all going to sleep. Sorry, you're sticking around a bit longer. I'm doing the healthy thing. At least you're not like just lying in bed trying to go to sleep, because sometimes that can make it worse. So currently writing out all of my Patreon schedules for the next 3 months so I can stay on track. That's so good. So proud. Your scheduling is like second to none, Kirsty. I watched your video on that and I was really impressed. I think I've favorited it because yeah, that was such a good video. I'll have to put a community page up on that, I think. I find I actually sleep best when I read or work until I'm passing out. Yeah, that happens. Thank you, thank you. I got to be rested to kick someone's butt tomorrow. I'm assuming it's Kirsty's butt. And with that, we will start another timer. It's going to be an hour. Oh gosh, I have forgotten my. There we go. I will see you guys in an hour. Happy reading, everyone. All right, welcome back from that last sprint. How did everybody go? I literally left it to the last 3 seconds to finish the end of that chapter, so that was really good timing. And the plot is finally starting to move a little bit, which is really good. Very good at planning, so very good at planning, not so good at sticking to their plans. Need to rework my plans for this month as I had the week off last week. Yeah. Night, Jonah. Thank you for coming. Yeah, he's kicking your butt. He's helping me back into planning for the writing challenge I'm running next month. I can't wait for that challenge, Kirsty. Good night, Jonah. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. I just realized you guys can't really see me. There we go. Finish your book. Yay, we love finished books. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Thank you for coming, Scorpio. I really appreciate it. Right. How is everybody else going? 79 pages, that sprint. I'm already on page 144 and enjoying it a lot. Awesome. And Christina, supper is ready. Thanks for the sprint. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming, Christina. I'll try and make sure that my next sprints are scheduled in enough time for you to be able to pop them on the spreadsheet. I'm starting to feel sleep come on, so I'm going to head off. Hope the rest of your day goes well. Thank you so much, Kirsty. I think I'm going to end the sprints here. I think there's a lot of people going to bed and feeling a bit sleepy and stuff like that. So I think we're going to end the sprint, but thank you so much to Elliott who came on. It was so much fun having Elliott. Make sure you go and check out his channel, set the notifications, and all of that good stuff. And don't forget, in the description below is my Google Forms to name this Kiwi. Okay, so I'm very sorry there wasn't the last sprint banner, but just absolutely, Kirsty, we will have to team up for sprints. I'm thinking I might try and run some sprints for your challenge next month, though. So just, yeah, message me on Discord or Instagram, and we'll set some stuff up. Okay. And with that, thank you so much to everyone that came along. I know this is a bit of a shorter one. Yeah. I know this is a bit of a shorter sprints today, but I think it's starting to get quite late for a few people. So I am going to end it here. I have planning sprints happening on Wednesday. What time are you doing your sprints on Wednesday? It'll be Thursday for me. Actually, that works really well. What time are you going to be doing them, Kirsty? Okay, perfect. Yeah, definitely. Because I also need to do some planning stuff. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Your sleep is really important. So yeah, don't pressure yourself to start at any time. I can just pop into the chat, or yeah, we'll figure it out. And message me on Instagram or something like that. Right. I am going to end these sprints. Thank you so much to everyone. Make sure you give me a suggestion for my little Kiwi mascot in the description below. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye, everyone.